For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Hello and welcome to our talk, Ethical Hacking for a Safer Internet. My name is Tim Philipp Schäfers, and today we will talk about criminal law in regards of computer crime. And I'm the co-founder of Mint Secure. We are also doing ethical hacking, and yeah, happy to be here today with Caro.
My name is Caroline Kote. I'm a trained lawyer. I'm also doing the software development in my law firm. I'm also dealing with questions of standardization and citizen knowledge as part of my role at the Liquid Legal Institute. So we will examine today the legal patchwork concerning the treatment of ethical hacking in different jurisdictions and want to kind of show you how a harmonized framework could look like that empowers ethical hackers to strengthen our IT landscape. We will proceed in 4 steps, which is first defining what hacking and ethical hacking actually means, to start with a common ontology for our talk. Then we will continue with kind of emphasizing the importance of external hackers as indispensable. And then we will continue showing you the main differences in jurisdictions in Europe. Last but not least, we will envision how an ideal legal framework could look like as a start of a little discussion. So, what is ethical hacking? Hacking has a negative connotation, a negative narrative to it. But what it actually means is that we just do the systematic test to uncover security vulnerabilities in systems and applications, in networks. And to judge the actual act, we have to look at the intent, we have to look at the authorization, we have to look at the methods that the hacker actually used. So what people usually have in mind when they think of hacking is this kind of malicious act, meaning somebody seeks private gain, sabotage, theft. But there's also ethical hacking, and we can even distinguish ethical hacking in 2 subtypes. The one that is authorized, meaning companies that actually hire penetration test teams or do bug bounty programs to invite external testers to actually bake their defenses. And then we have the other, even more highly debatable group, which doesn't have these individual contracts, but actually is just working without seeking financial benefit, but doing it out of society's reason, society's interest. And because of that, we will actually show you the disclosure policies that all these hackers, no matter what kind of ethical hacking group you belong to, will look like. But first we want to emphasize why we're actually having this talk. So there's an increasing surge in cybercrime, and with that comes a high increase of costs. And we do not only mean the monetary cost to it, but also the intangible risk. And that is actually why the regulators already have recognized it, that they have recognized that it's the need to put pressure on companies to invest in their security systems. And especially we have seen this in the NIS2 directive, which even states that the majority of disclosure reports come actually from external testers. And the market reinforces this. So there are already plenty of companies that invest heavily in bug bounty programs where they pay those who report responsibly. And we also see this with an increase of open source usage. Because open source relies on so many eyes, they take this kind of expertise of different people, which know different kind of security vulnerabilities, to then build up the higher security barriers. So crowdsource defense works, and open source is a living proof of that. Still, already this kind of discussion is going on for quite a while already. And to make an example of that, I can hand over to Tim to give you one of these examples.
Yeah, thank you very much, Caro. Actually, here you can see a testimony from the Loft hacker collective. It's kind of the first times where hackers were in direct exchange with politicians, and as you can see, this is still a while ago. And at that time, it was kind of the first remarks where it was mentioned that there is certain critical infrastructure, that there is a real harm that can exist there. But actually, not that much has changed in regards of how the media perceives hackers in general. As Caro mentioned, this is very often connotated with a negative framing. And yeah, actually we kind of want to flip that and also want to emphasize that hacking is also a possibility to enhance security. And very often one can hear that hacking is malicious or something, but actually if we look back at the so-called hacker ethic, we see that even within this community there's a huge understanding how to act and how to act morally. Here you can see an excerpt from the so-called hacker ethic, which basically describes how you should work as a real hacker. And there you can see again that, for example, the idea of breaking things to enhance them and to make them even more secure is very basic principle, which is already there. Furthermore, that you should not litter with others' people's data and also use public data and protect private data. So this is really common ground and understanding. In the 1980s, this was first kind of proposed and discussed, and later on it was extended by the Chaos Computer Club, for example, where many people thought about, okay, how can we handle hacking, or what is really good hacking in that regards. And to my personal understanding, it's really important to understand that breaking things always some kind helps of fixing things. We also have a few examples here which might be familiar for you or not. I just want to briefly mention a few of those things. Actually, there was a so-called Heartbleed bug, which was a security vulnerability within OpenSSL, which is used for transport layer security. And in 2014, there was a serious vulnerability in that software, which is basically used by a lot of web servers on the internet. Probably when you enter a website and enter HTTPS, this software is used on the server side to encrypt certain connections. And the good thing is that people very often find these bugs, report these bugs, and that they can fix. This is mostly how open source software, for example, is secured. There's also the principle that you don't disclose any information about the security vulnerability before it is fixed. This is also closely related to the hacker ethic you have seen before. Furthermore, a second example is, for example, the so-called DEF CON voting village. DEF CON is a security conference in the US, and there is a basic idea that, for example, voting machines are hardly tested by hackers to see whether they are secure or not. And of course, this also helps to enhance the security at that point and to make sure that those components are secured. As Caro mentioned before, for example, the NIS2 directive also aims in the direction of saying, okay, it makes sense to break certain things and fix them afterwards. This is the basic enhancement process, I would say. And the third example here is from a Taiwanese hacktivist group. And to me, this is also very important because a lot of people think in regards of hacking always from the technical standpoint. But for a lot of hackers, and also for me personal, hacking also is handling information responsibly. And in this case, for example, people were able to make use of public information and APIs and made a more user-friendly way to disclose information. This is very often also something that hackers do. So just to give you a few examples, what can be done with hacking, and this is just a short excerpt. There are many more examples where security of software and products were enhanced in the past also by certain peoples, hacker collectives, and so on. And now I would hand over to Caro so that we look at certain legal examples.
So after Tim told you about the disclosure policies, you might think that if you follow those policies, you are not treated as a criminal. Yet statutory certainty is quite rare for ethical hackers. Most countries still equate ethical hacking with criminals. and we had a referendum in Germany, which was actually including this distinction and saying, we have IT researchers, we have other ethical hackers who don't do it as their job, who are not commissioned, but still want to do something for the greater good. And we also have a differentiation in that referendum based on the intent, as mentioned previously, which is the malicious intent, which is actually distinguishing ethical hacking to malicious hacking. However, due to the early elections, the referendum wasn't passed, so due to that, and due to the fact that usually companies act internationally, meaning their software is internationally used, meaning we have always different jurisdictions affected, we actually had a look into the other countries. And we did found one good example, one rare example in the Polish penal code, which actually explicitly supports ethical hacking in the sense that it says no offense is committed if you do it solely on the purpose of securing a system. And however, this is kind of a unicorn regulation because other states don't do this differentiation. They equate ethical hacking with malicious hacking on the first place. So I can hand over to Tim what it actually means in practice if you equate malicious hacking with ethical hacking.
Yeah. So in general, one potentially can imagine that it's combined with a lot of emotional pressure also when you find, for example, a certain vulnerability, but you are unsure whether this is fully covered by the law and how to potentially report this. So what we see is that ethical hackers often are threatened by the classical legal system or how the laws are working. And from my perspective, the core question is whether we want this, so that also ethical hackers are put under pressure or don't know how to report certain vulnerabilities, or if it doesn't make more sense to say, hey, please hack public systems to secure them, to responsibly report this. There are some computer emergency response teams around the world that also receive reports and handle them. And in a few cases, of course, it helps to make systems even more secure. In other cases, there was also the case that certain hackers got a little bit of legal pressure and were not able to disclose or talk a lot about these topics.
So to understand the main differences between the jurisdictions and how they treat ethical hacking, we need to clarify, at least on a brief level first, what actually makes an act a crime and when it will be punished and when it will be prosecuted. So a crime usually has two conditions to it. The first one is, did you fulfill all the elements of the offense that is stated by the law? And the second one is this act deemed lawful or unlawful? And it is unlawful if you lack any kind of legal justification for it, as we mentioned, the authorization at the start. So let's have a look at the main differences in the jurisdictions, starting from the act itself. So actually, we have in every kind of jurisdictions some variants of I'm accessing and altering, interfering with the system, I'm interfering with data. But what we also have is that some countries, but not all of them, have an additional bypassing of security measures in their samples, and we also have the element of authorization, sometimes as an objective element of the act, and sometimes as a justification. And as stated, that makes a huge difference, because one means that even commissioned ethical hackers committed a crime, but are justified, and the I didn't commit a crime at all kind of variation. There's another issue with the authorization, especially when it comes to third-party systems, because there is a dispute, whose authorization do I actually need to be completely covered? It could be that I'm commissioned by one company, but if I'm accidentally or cautious, by intention accessing a third-party system, I might need another system owner's authorization too. So even commissioned hackers are already in that kind of gray area, which is obviously not what is wanted. You have also countries that have put this additional requirements that kind of put up a higher threshold to it. which is to the benefit of ethical hackers. And that one example would be Latvia, who says you need an extra substantial harm. And this kind of substantial harm, though it's kind of a vague, ambiguous term, because what does substantial actually mean? It does help ethical hackers, because especially if you see it as financial harm, this is usually not fulfilled by ethical hackers. And by that, you have this kind of distinction to it. But when we look actually onto the subjective elements of an offense, we actually see that some countries put even a better threshold that even distinguishes more between ethical hacking and malicious attacks. And that is, subject element usually says you intentionally and knowingly do what is stated in the objective offense. But if you also add the intent to harm someone or the intent to enrich yourself or a third party to the law, which is quite easily done, which was also done in the German referendum, but also, for example, Austria is doing that. This intent is actually what differentiates the ethical hacker from the malicious attacks. And by that, you kind of do this distinction, so ideal version of doing it. As stated, even if you meet all these technical requirements, the act itself could still be rendered as lawful if you have a justification reason. And most hackers argue, well, there's a state of emergency for this personal data, or there's a state of emergency because it's critical infrastructure, and we all kind of are dependent on that. And this is kind of highly debatable, because what means immediate? The state has happened already quite a while before. The state is there for quite a while already. And there's another even severe question to the justification reason argument, because hacking is not just one act, it's a series of actions. And the question is, what of these actions are actually covered by the justification reason? So how far can I, as a hacker, actually go, and how far is too far? What is actually required? But after all these issues, we want to mention one good thing, kind of at least, which is that most countries that till that point still equate ethical hacking and malicious attacks actually do not convict or prosecute. And we see, for example, in the US and in France, that there are public enforcement descriptives, like you can actually see on, for example, for the USA, on the Justice Government website, where they state, as long as you follow the responsible disclosure guidelines, we won't prosecute. Or in case of France, if you report to our authority that is meant for the security, well, then you have a safe harbor, we won't tell your name, even if some kind of complaint is filed. As said, you still have committed a crime. And it's just not kind of prosecuted. And this comes also with a little kind of snippet to it, because what hackers, especially ethical hackers, like to do is use that, what they have done, for educational purposes and kind of publish it. And they are not allowed to do that. As soon as they do, all this kind of on-hold procedure is gone. And that is also not helpful, because we want people to publish what could be a security vulnerability and exchange on that. So, to sum it up, we have basically 4 different legal approaches. We have that explicit statutory support, like in Poland, where we already have in the law this kind of framing of ethical hackers are not seen as criminals, optimal version. Then we have the second kind of favorable version of putting additional requirements to it that are rarely fulfilled by ethical hackers. Also good. Not optimal, because we kind of like that reframing of the first version. And then we have the prosecution directives, meaning, as stated, for example, for France, creating this kind of safe harbor to it. The last one, which is still happening in most of the countries, is the least favorable one, because it lets the hacker rely on justification reasons. It lets basically the interpretation of different judges. He never knows what is going to happen. And then we also have the have the thing that the prosecution investigation is still ongoing, meaning that they might face hardware seizures, they might face mental load of legal battles, they might even face reputational loss, which is especially affecting those who have another business as IT researchers to it. And leaving me up to that one, I can hand over to Tim and ask him what his wish list for an ideal legal framework would be.
Yeah, actually we thought about, okay, what might be helpful, and for a better legal framework we have outlined at least 4 things that are important. On the one hand, this legal certainty needs to be established. So what Caro mentioned, that in a lot of cases ethical hackers report something, maybe a case is opened or not, but yeah, it would be great if it would be very clearer, so that you really know, okay, where is it possible to responsibly report certain security vulnerabilities and how to act in the legal framework. Then there's another point, is explicit immunity. So like we heard about safe harbor regulations, that this is really stated in the law, that you are allowed to report certain security vulnerabilities. As mentioned before, a lot of computer emergency response teams around the world say, hey, please report us security vulnerabilities. But in the law, this case is not existing at all. So that is very important, that also the lawmaker understands, okay, it makes sense, and that ethical hacking helps to secure systems and enhance security of companies and for the society, for our society in general. Then this reframing of hacking, so that this is not just a negative approach, or that hacking harms certain people or system, but that is also very positive. Also in the media, as mentioned before, you can see that very often the term hacker is connotated negatively, but from our perspective, this must not be the case. It's more the question how we perceive this and how those people really act, and there's also a way of acting responsibly. And then the differentiation, as mentioned before, between ethical hacking and malicious actors. This is really important, and in a lot of cases not the case in the law itself. So it just describes hacking as a bad thing, which might be something from the past, and where we need to reframe this. Then some general actions, or something we wish from your side. On the one hand, that you potentially collect these points about a better legal framework, also in discussions within your company, maybe also with lawmakers, that you kind of share the idea and describe why it makes sense to differentiate between malicious activities and ethical activities. Then a harmonized regulation would make sense, because even if some countries adapt a change, the problem exists that if you, for example, find a certain security vulnerability in a software, it might be used in a lot of different countries and jurisdictions, which is also a problem, because if you, as an ethical hacker, report a certain vulnerability in one country, and then you report it in another country, and one country has a stricter hacking law, so to say, then you would face legal problems. So it would make a lot of sense to have a harmonization on the regulation and the reporting ways in that regard. And in general, that's also why we are giving the talk here, is to have a greater public awareness and empathy about those topics, so that it can be discussed. Because the ultimate goal from our perspective is that we really tackle security vulnerabilities, make it hackers even harder to break systems, and for that a stronger collaboration between the private sector, the ethical hacking community, and even the government is needed to enhance the security level. Because from our perspective, nowadays sometimes they are still in their corner, so maybe the government is saying, hey, we need to prosecute hackers, because as we have seen, cybercrime is a big topic. Then the hacking community tries to do certain things, tries to improve software with open source projects, as we have heard. And of course also the private companies have an interest in regards of really prosecute malicious intents, but maybe also, as Caro mentioned, with bug bounty programs, have a reward for ethical hacking and really use it as a driving force, which can help us to secure systems. Yeah, that maybe as an overview. So thank you very much. We would have the possibility for 1 or 2 questions, if there are any from the public, so to say. So thank you very much. So are there any questions or examples? So we have one here in the front. Thank you.
Not really an example, but just a question. See, I gather you are German. Do you have any idea where this is going in Germany? Tried that referendum, which didn't fly, I understand. Any other progress in sight?
Actually, we have a new government, and they also put this in the plan for the next years, so to say. So my hope is that over the next couple of years we will see some progress there, but the current or the last referendum thing now is gone, so it needs to be built up completely new, which is really important for our point of view, because the German law explicitly not differentiates between ethical hacking and malicious attempts there. Yeah.
The referendum, I think, ran there, as I talked about it. The referendum that was there before the election actually included an exception for people who do it solely for the purpose of securing a system, and has this additional intent as a requirement. But it's a little bit still up to debate if that's just an acceptable or even ideal solution, because what they did is they just added a paragraph to it and said not authorized is seen if, and that might seem like kind of like simple, like why does it matter? But some argue that this is actually putting a point on the question of who needs to prove what. Do I need now, as some ethical hackers read that as, do I now need to prove that I didn't have a malicious intent? And in my view, that is not the case, because in Germany, you have the principle of the prosecutor needing to prove the stuff, and usually you have, when it comes to prosecution and they need to prove if you had a certain intent, then prosecutors will have a hard time struggling that you had this kind of intent of enrichment or its intent of harming someone. Especially, there's one little exception to that, because sometimes ethical hackers are a little bit uncautious with their wording in their reports and ask for, well, I would be happy if you would give me a reward for finding your vulnerability, and that could cause some suspicion. But except that, I think it's fine.
Hi, yeah, thanks for the excellent presentation. I already raised my hand like a few minutes ago and you started answering my question already, but I was wondering about this intent requirement, as you were just talking about, because I was wondering if it doesn't maybe expose security researchers maybe to intrusive surveillance practices to like figure out if there was malicious intent. I was just wondering if you have any knowledge of something like this going on, or whether this is not possible under the current laws.
Actually, as Caro described, very often there are cases that are opened, and when a case is opened, there's an uncertainty for the people that are affected by that, and that could also mean for security researchers that they might be under surveillance, so to say, because somebody might need to find out, okay, what are they doing, why are they doing this, are they acting on their own, and so on. Yeah, that's why we need a clearer regulation on that, to make sure that people are not threatened, that people responsibly can report it and have kind of a peace of mind in what they're doing, because they are securing certain systems which are very important to us.
Yeah. That's why we graded the prosecution approach a little bit lower, because that means that there is already investigation if you had this intent, if you're acting in good faith, if you have followed all the responsible disclosure guidelines, and that could, in practice, we actually know that this basically is you getting called, what did you do, what was your intention, and if they are then fine with you, then it's good to go, but that is already causing a hard race for the ethical hacker itself, because he knows he's part of this prosecution investigation.
Hi, I'm Yannick. I used to work in the industry, and what I saw at that time when I worked there, that it's also a matter of brain drain, because people would go rather in the black hat direction and not in the white hat direction, just exclusively working over the onion net or something. Would you say that it's the case for today as well, or is it in a better state?
I mean, in some cases, it makes sense to report security vulnerabilities anonymous because you want to have your name attached to this. I know certain cases where this happened. But from my perspective, it's very sad that things like that are needed, or that security researchers might hide their activity behind the onion network or things like that, because it should be legal, because it really helps us to secure certain systems. And from my perspective, it's really something from the past that you say, okay, this is just illegal activity and needs to be prosecuted, because we have learned a lot through hacking to understanding how the world and systems work and how to improve them, because, I mean, every human makes mistakes, every program or computer can make mistakes, so it makes sense to recognize this and to change it to the better in regards of hacking in general, and maybe also to the law in that case. Okay, I think then we are fine. Thank you very much for having us, and have a nice day.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. to this slide talking about the women's digital safety, especially in the Global South. Welcome, and first I want to introduce myself. My name is Safa, I'm from Jordan, Middle East, and I work as a digital safety trainer for activists, human rights defenders, especially in the MENA region and Africa, Global South. First, when my idea to come to the IGF that because from my work respective point, because we are working in the Middle East and we are working on the Global South, which we have a lot of wars, unfortunately, and a lot of conflicts. And as a woman, and a girl in the Global South, we are suffering a lot of the online violence, harassment, blackmail, whatever, hate speech, because we are working like for women, we are working on the human rights, or the women also, they working on the journalists, especially in the hot and the wars like spot. So I wanted to talk about some points in this session, and I would like from the people they are so like to share also their experience if they have. First thing that we will talk about the collaboration, the cross-border in the Global South and the rest of the world. Why this matter? Because in the Global South, the risk and the threat of even the digital threat or the physical digital threat, because they are women, they are traveling, they are like moving from like a war or a conflict country to another country, and they are facing a lot of risk. And they do not have that support, much support, especially in the digital, because we do not have that support. For example, if I as a journalist or a human rights defender or a woman, and I face a harassment or a hate speech or a digital like a threat, I don't know where to go. Who can help me? Who can support me? So this is like we need the collaboration. Why this is very, very important issues and matters. Okay, so what is the key points to get from this session or from these conferences? How we can open channels between the governments, between the tech company and the NGOs, because this collaboration is like the secret point to make like a system to support women in the Global South. Let's take like the Sudan case. I trained a lot of Sudanese women. They are, because the war in the Sudan, they are moved from Sudan to Kenya or Uganda. And when I train them on the like a digital security safety, even the basic things is hard for them, because like the language barrier for them, because most of the resources are in English or in another language. And as you know, Sudan, they have a lot of language inside it. They talk some Arabic, English, Nubis, and they do not have like the much knowledge how to access the resources. So this is a weak point. We can work on it, like to make a platforms, especially from the big tech company, supporting the local languages for the women in the Global South, because they have a languages barrier. They do not know how, for example, to report a harassment on the platform. They do not know. They do not know that they are, for example, a guides or something. Let me give you an example. Most of the women I trained them, they do not have how like to active, for example, the 2FA. It's a basic thing. Or to like to establish or setting up a strong password. Or when they have like a links in their WhatsApp, in their other social media, they just click connect without know who is the sender, who it's safe to click links or not. So they're facing a lot of issues, and they're facing a lot of phishing and hacking in their forms. And especially in the Global South and like a traditional community, it's not easy to facing something like this. For example, if someone take my private photos or videos, maybe something it's lead to killing this women in the Global South, unfortunately. So it's a life matter. It's not like, for example, in the other countries. So another case in a MENA region, as a study of the UN women, that 60% of the women in a MENA region facing online violence, and this is a high rate. Another example, 80% women in Lebanon facing violence online, even harassment, even blackmail, even hate speech. Especially women, they are working in a critical roles in politics. They are facing the hate speech. Who look, they want to voting for her and something like a lot of things. Let me take, so this is the issue, and this is why it's matter. So what we can do? We can do like searching for solutions depending on 3 levels. On the government levels, they build like a suitable local laws in each country that help women to take their rights or to know what they have to do if they have issues, have a risk, where I have to go, who can help me. Even the psychologists thinks on the women when they are facing, they are afraid to speak about these issues because in the community that if you speak about some like, for example, if you're facing sexual online like threat, if you speak, there you have a question marks and the community look at you. So this is like also one of the points. We miss this supporting. Also the tech company, they do not have like the supporting like steps or guides in the local languages, especially in the Global South. So we need like to establish these like a regional hub that connecting the governments, the tech hub, and the NGO. As an NGO, what we can do, we can like give the women like awareness sessions in their local languages so they can know even the basic steps, the strong password, the 2FA, how to check the links, the attachments, if she like facing any issue regarding their digital safety, they like find people who support these women. We're working on this, and we give a lot like of that digital safety like training in Sudan, in the Middle East, in Iraq, and other issues. But unfortunately, regarding to some like problems regarding, for example, to the FATCAN that recently happened, a lot of women, they are now without any digital security support, and they have to search about the solutions by themselves. And this is hard for them because they are facing a lot of issues. They are in our countries. They are moving from place to other place. They have a pressure on them, especially in their work, if they are work as a journalist or human rights defenders. They have a little bit of knowledge about the technology. What about the normal women? The normal women, they are like stay as a home and they care about the children. They do not have any like a little bit of the tech knowledge. They're just using the phone and they're just clicking on anything and they're facing a lot of issues, but no one help them. I wanted to ask to attendees if anyone know that any platform that like treating this kind of risk in the local languages? Unfortunately, no. and this is like a big issue, because there is the resources, but they can't reach it. And if I know it and reach it, I have a language barrier. Even for me, as a tech person, I have a language barrier, and sometimes I need to translate the resources to my language to have like a full understanding how like to implement these solutions exactly. Also, I have like as an NGO, they are focusing on like some another topics. It's important, I know, but the digital like safety tips and training awareness, it's not like take that much care from the NGO, unfortunately, but it is very important. I want also to ask the attendants, like especially who are working on the Global South, is there any regional hub in the Global South they are work on this issue? Yeah, can you? Yeah, just 1 minute, Mike, please.
Hi, I'm Laila from Brazil. I'm part of Transfeminist Network of Digital Care. So we do that kind of trainings and everything, but in Portuguese for our country only.
Yes.
So it's a local thing for a huge country, but that's it.
Yeah, this is the most important point, because she said, I work in only my country. What about the other countries within the Global South? What about the Africa, North and South? And they have different issues, different traditionals, even a lot of languages and dialects, even in the same country. So we need solutions. We can for example, innovation to create a regional hub for all the Global South, or even for the countries that have a little bit of common languages or traditionals, and make them like this to open channel between the governments to make a suitable laws for the human rights, like the women, especially the women digital safety rights. Also, as a tech company, we encourage them to establish supporting the local languages in their platform, so they can help women and normal women with their languages how to know to deal with these issues. In the NGO, we encourage them to make more efforts on these countries, especially the countries that facing wars like Sudan, Gaza, Lebanon. Unfortunately, in the Middle East, we have a lot of issues. Unfortunately, that's sad things. So we need more efforts, that especially in the digital safety, and we, especially in the MENA region, we are facing a lot of hate speech against the women who are working, especially in the political things, because you are women, why you talk in the politics and blah, blah, blah. And these issues. I will open the questions or example or any feedback, because I wanted to hear from you. That I'm happy. Yeah, please.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Muma. I'm a senator from Kenya. And thank you so much for your presentation, and the issues you raise are real issues in the Global South. I would want to know whether you have done any work that helps to define how policy would look like. How, if we were to put, to review our penal laws to include offenses that are committed through the internet and the social media, have you and your organization thought through the kind of legislative frameworks and policy frameworks you would want to see governments and parliaments pass for the protection of women. I believe it's protection of women and children as well.
Thank you so much for your questions. This is important point. Unfortunately, we do not have an open a channel between us and the government, and what we missed, unfortunately. But we have some negotiation with the tech company like Meta and Twitter. We have a lot of meetings with them about to creating the suitable policies that will be fair and good for special countries in the global south, but they have, as you know, it's a commercial company, and we have their standards. We do not hear from them that much, but we are keep going to working on this. At least we have it's not a formal policy. We are as an NGO, we establishing a policy framework for us, for the people who work, for the women and children who are working with us. And even we are giving a digital training for any community in the global south. We have a meeting with them, understand and make some research and a pre-assessment to understand all the risk and all the points they are care about it. So after that pre-assessment, we make the policy that fit them specially. So we are working with the special groups, with the special civil society. But unfortunately, we do not have the big policy framework for even a one country, not even for the global south. Any question or feedback? I will happy. Okay, thank you so much. And yeah, thank you.
How do you get close to a building? How do you get under the skin of a building? To me, that is to do with certain types of intimacy and direct relationships. There is no such thing as architecture for the sake of architecture. There is only architecture for the sake of people.
When I got this job and I came here, I realized I wanted the nature into the play. You can't fight this nature. So I just wanted to be a friend with the surroundings. And then we understood, let's call Snøhetta. And I was just like, the water is too far away from the audience. Should we just move the audience towards the water? And then they said, we'll solve it. And then they brought the water to the audience instead.
Working in the office environment in Norway, the biggest difference was that everyone's allowed to be themselves. What's unique here, it's that it very much is a flat structure.
The first time I came into the office of Snøhetta, I thought, I'll be an architect. This is where I want to be. And it seems like it's a kind of realization of the social democratic idea.
Initially, in the mind of Norwegians, Snøhetta is a mountain. It's really not a design and architectural practice. And this mountain is a sort of a gravity point of Norway. So if you put your finger up at where the mountain Snøhetta is located, the whole of Norway would balance in weight.
I don't even know, like, this is like a story that I've been told. And then I've kind of like made it my own, but that's allowed in Snøhetta, so it's okay. The whole reason for why we're called Snøhetta is this philosophy of that everyone can go to Snøhetta, but no one can take Snøhetta with them. So it's kind of like this same philosophy about like nature of Norway, where it's for everyone. It's not something that we own.
There's someone owning this lake and also these surroundings. They're an owner, private owner, but everybody can walk in these forests.
By keeping the nature publicly accessible, you also say that you can own the ground, but it doesn't really only belong to you. And that is beautiful because that's how one should look at Earth and the Earth per se.
This same philosophy is also applied to the way we approach our projects. Like the Opera House, the architecture allows everyone to use it.
You can sit, lay down, have your food. You can even, people skate on it. You can walk on it, although it doesn't belong to you legally. So intimacy in a moment generates ownership. Now, for instance, now I'm sitting on this chair. So while I'm sitting on this chair, it's my chair. But once I go away, it's the chair of the Opera House.
The cultural experience used to be only for the elite. But what we did by just being able to use the building, you are straight away more close to what happens on stage and the culture behind it.
You become part of the Opera House even though you don't necessarily have visited any performances. And the roof of the Opera House is utilizing this right of roaming, you could say. If you want to connect to something, you also have to be able to use it. Like the Wild Reindeer Pavilion, it's part of a series that we have called keyless structures, meaning places without a lock. You can walk in and out, it's open. You don't have to ask anyone, you just go. And that in itself is a virtue of openness and inclusiveness. That's when things are starting to get equal. And the funny thing is, we wanted maybe people to take out their knives and engrave certain messages in the wood, but they don't. So the larger public feel that they should be taking care of it. Now, part of the discussions we were having with Opera House on the whiteness of the opera is that it will be sprayed down by graffiti artists. Nothing. Not one piece. You protect it because it's also partially yours.
The Norwegian nature is owned by everyone. Once we come into nature, we get kind of stripped from everything that we are. We become equals. We're not defined by our job, our positions, our cars, or our house. We are just humans.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you everyone for being here and taking part in our talk on personal integrity and minors online. My name is Leah Peters. I work as policy specialist for digital child protection at ECPAT Germany. ECPAT Germany is a children's rights organization that is working for the protection of minors from sexualized violence, exploitation, and human trafficking.
Good morning also from my side. My name is Michael Terhurst. I'm head of the Federal Office for the Enforcement of Children's Rights and Digital Services. A quite long name. KID is the short form, so that might be easier to remember. Today we're going to start with Leah, who's going to present the idea and define the personal integrity and show some potential risks. After that, I'm going to continue by showing some examples how we might battle those risks. So, yeah, thanks for being here.
Exactly. When you read the title, you might have asked yourself, but what is personal integrity? Well, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, personal integrity is the quality of an individual of being honest and having strong moral principles. So this means aligning behavior with values, even when faced with challenges or temptations. It includes truthfulness, being reliable, and taking responsibility for your actions. Personal integrity, though, is nothing you are just born with or that's being formed in a vacuum. It is influenced by our family, our social circle, the culture we grow up in, and the experiences we make. Digital environments and technology have become an integral part of our lives. It is nowadays a huge factor in the development of personal integrity. However, it also poses new risks and challenges that we are faced with, thus also posing risks and challenges to the development of personal integrity, especially of minors. But those new risks can bring negative impact on the development, especially to minors who are still at an earlier developmental stage. In response to those new risks, the German legislators have included personal integrity of children and youth as a protection goal of child and youth media law. Thus, they are making the development and socialization of children and youth a key factor. So, when looking at sexualized violence and exploitation online, we have to look at how this can also affect the development of personal integrity of minors. Prevalent studies show that online child sexual exploitation and abuse is prevalent in every country where it is measured. Globally, more than 300 million children and youth have been affected by online child sexual abuse and exploitation in the last 12 months. 1 in 8 children globally has been subjected to online solicitation in the last 12 months. This includes unwanted sexual talk, like non-consensual texting, unwanted sexual questions, or unwanted sexual requests by other adults or other youth. Also, 1 in 8 children have experienced the non-consensual taking, sharing, and/or exposure to sexual images and videos in the last 12 months. When looking at reports, we see that in 2024, the US National Center for Missing and Exploited Children analyzed more than 30 million incidents of sexualized violence and exploitation against children and youth. 84% of these incidents are outside the jurisdiction of the United States, emphasizing that this problem is global and in every country, but also in international cooperation, we have to deal with and find solutions. When looking at the offender side, we see that police statistics show a demographic change over the past years of offenders in these crime areas, with the average age of offenders becoming younger and younger. In general, every case of online child of the sexual violence and exploitation of children has a digital component, being because the child has been contacted through social media or messaging apps before, or because the abuse and exploitation is being filmed or photos are being taken of it. Being confronted with the sexualized violence is not merely uncomfortable for children and youth, it is deeply disturbing and in many cases traumatic. And like we heard yesterday in the panel, in the high-level panel in the morning, the CEO of the Five Rights Foundation said, without intention, in less than 15 clicks, you find images of sexual abuse and sexual violence against children online. Having seen this so many times online can desensitize children and youth and have negative impact on their personal integrity because it negatively impacts the values they see, positive behavior they are exposed to, as well as respect in acting with each other. Due to this, it is important to create digital environments and technologies based on the rights and well-being of children and youth. It is our duty to do better and deliver on this, and it is not optional. Safe digital environments have a positive impact on children and youth personal integrity, since it creates more aware, knowledgeable, and respectful societies that benefit from the positive sides of technology. Thus meaning it also creates safer digital experiences for everyone, not just for children and youth.
Thank you. So, after what you just said, there is a huge and immense necessity to protect the personal integrity of minors. The variety of ideas how to do that is also quite great. So when we look at some voices saying that there's already enough. Like, we hear from some people that when we look at social media platforms, for example, that providers already do a lot to protect the personal integrity of minors. Those voices are from the providers themselves, so maybe it's not like really objective, because when we look at the risks arising out of the different functionalities we see on those platforms, there is the need to do something. So what should we do? There's some ideas of a social media ban. We see that in Australia, we see those ideas in other countries also in the European Union, and the idea to ban young persons from especially social media platforms. The Digital Services Act, the DSA, is taken into account the idea of the rights of the child, the right to participate, the right of participation. So we now have to work together to make sure that we create safe online spaces for children and young persons to guarantee safe usage of those platforms which are important for them, which are part of their everyday life. So, how do we do that? It's not that easy, as you can imagine, because there's no one size fits it all. There are different platforms, different functionalities, and so different risks arising out of those different functionalities. So we have to find individual solutions for every platform. That's a lot of work to do, but that's something we have to do, because otherwise it just doesn't work, and the status quo is not acceptable. So what we do at KIDD, K-I-D-D, so we are responsible in Germany to enforce precautionary measures when it comes to the Digital Services Act, especially Article 28. What we do in Germany is that we have a three-step. So first step is we do an analysis of those platforms. We look at the functionalities. We just try everything you can do there, from going live to comment sections and all that, to see, okay, what functionalities are given on those platforms. Step two is looking at the different risks which are connected to those functionalities. Step three is checking out if those risks are already being covered by precautionary measures which might already be implemented. And if all those risks are already being covered, we're all good, it's fine, there's nothing the providers have to do, but there has been no case where we came to the conclusion that nothing has to be done. So there's always something to do, and there's always a lot to do to create safe online spaces for children and young persons. So our idea is we have something called dialogic regulation. So we don't just send a letter saying, okay, you have to, I don't know, pay €5 million because your platform isn't safe. We get in touch with the provider and say, okay, we found some deficits on your platform because there are functionalities which lead to the exposure to different risks to children and young persons. So there's something has to be done. We don't just say that, we already give some ideas, some solutions, some possible solutions to counter those risks. And the providers don't have to take like those specific ideas, we present them. They can do something on their own. As long as it works, we're good. And we've made, like, we started this about a year ago on the legal basis of the DSA. We already started, you mentioned the German Youth Protection Act. We already had this idea in 2021, the Youth Protection Act, so we had already some connections to some providers which helped us in the past and still now. So we already see some slight improvements. But as you might know, Article 28 DSA needs guidelines because you just need guidelines to really have something when you talk to the providers to show what needs to be done, what level of security has to be guaranteed. So when we talk to the providers, we give them possible solutions, we give them some time, and if it works, it's good. If they don't comply, then okay, the next steps, a hard enforcement has to be started because otherwise it just wouldn't work. The guidelines from the EU Commission will be published in the next couple of weeks, so we're happy for this next step because that makes our enforcement much easier, as you can imagine. Okay, so I talked a lot about possible precautionary measures, and here's some examples. So you can see, for example, moderation or registration, age assurance, all that. That list is non-exhaustive because it can't be. There are new functionalities like every day. There are new platforms. There are new ideas of how to create spaces for young persons, how to connect people to the different platforms. So new functionalities lead to new risks. New risks lead to the necessity of the implementation of new precautionary measures to guarantee a safe usage for children and young persons. So we are working every day, not just at the status quo, but at possible new functionalities in the future and the risks arising out of those functionalities. So when we take a brief look, you see some examples here. There are other precautionary measures already mentioned in the draft of the guidelines to Article 28. But let's take a look at the secure default settings, for example, because they're always like the heart or the basis of a whole system of precautionary measures. But because, as you can imagine, when you see all those measures, it's not like one measure which leads to a safe space. It's always a combination of different measures because otherwise it just wouldn't work. So, the secure default settings. Children or young persons should not be able to be found like when you do a Google search, or their profile should not just be open or be public. It should be private by default. So you see some examples here, restriction, especially regarding contact. So limitation of contact functionalities. You already mentioned all those risks for the sexual integrity, especially there's cyber grooming, there's sexual extortion, there's so many risks, and those risks have to be mitigated. And you can do that by limiting the possibilities of communication, for example, and to create safe spaces by, for example, usage of pseudonyms, or just to make sure that not like real names, addresses, locations, all that are being published. So it is really important for us, and that's like a key factor, that young persons cannot be directly contacted by like adults, because in very many cases you just have no idea how old someone is, and sometimes even the providers, in some cases they do know, but they just tell you that they have no idea, but actually they do know how old you are. But in many cases, they just don't. And when you have pseudonyms, on the one hand, it's good to protect like the individuum, but on the other hand, when you have a name like Butterfly 13, you don't know if Butterfly 13 is a 13-year-old girl or a 46-year-old man. So that just doesn't make it easier. So what we need is age assurance, because with age assurance, you can make sure that a specific, let's call it age bracket, is given. So, for example, if you have 18 plus or an age bracket between 13 and 15, when we look at the default settings, those can be tailored to the specific age groups. So, for example, limitations to communication were between 13 and 16, but when you're 17 or 16, 17, maybe there's some default settings which don't need to be as strict as when you're younger. So it has to be tailored to the specific risk and to the specific age groups. And it is also it's also very important. I already mentioned, like Butterfly 13 being a 46-year-old man. That in those cases, also age verification can be used not to exclude children, young persons from, for example, content which might harm them, for example, pornography, but to include them, to create safe spaces. So, as you can see, it's also necessary for the precautionary measures, for the security default settings, but also when I go back to all those measures, when you look at, for example, moderation, when you look at reporting mechanisms, it is important that children, young persons really understand what's happening when they report something. It's important that the language used by the providers when you try to report something can be understood by children and young persons. So they just need to know how old you are. They don't need to know, the providers don't need to know if your birthday is like 5th of December. But they need to know if you're like between 13 and 15 or 16 to 17, whatever. And that makes it really necessary to implement age assurance. There are different kinds. There are age verification systems. There's age estimation. There are other things being used. All of them have one thing in common. It is always a balancing act between privacy on the one hand and on the other hand functionality. It also has to be user-friendly. There's so many aspects when it comes to age assurance. It's a really big thing, and everyone's talking about it because it's so complicated. Because it's balancing 20 different interests, and it's really hard to find something that really works. So the EU Commission is now publishing the first step, the so-called mini wallet, and in about a year, I think it's planned for autumn 2026, the so-called EUDI wallet. When it comes to the mini wallet and also the EUDI wallet, the first, at the beginning, it will only be possible to verify your age if you're 18 plus. But there are also some ideas, and we are really trying to force that as we can, that all those apps, all those programs like the UDI wallet will make it possible to identify if someone is, let's say, between 13 and 15, to tailor the default settings and all those other precautionary measures, and to create safe spaces. Because if those age assurance mechanisms don't work, it just really gets really dangerous, because you trust them. And if you trust those measures, and if it doesn't work, because when you think that you're like in a safe space and you let your kids into a so-called safe space, but if those mechanisms doesn't work, it can be really harmful, and all those risks Leah described, can really happen, and that's something we really don't want. Okay, so our basic idea is not to exclude children, but to include them, and to have like a digital environment offering significantly more opportunities than risks. And that's not easy, because what we are doing is just one small piece. We all have to work together. Also, like media literacy and all that, we have to follow a holistic approach, because otherwise it's impossible to create safe spaces. So let's work together, let's do it together. And if you have any questions, or maybe online, if you have any questions or want to do a statement, we'll be open for everything. And thanks for your attention. Are there any questions, ideas, statements?
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd love to know if you can share, to the degree that you can, how it's been interacting with the platforms and the sort of co-regulatory model that you described. Like, are they open to speaking with you? I assume there are differences between different platforms. I'd be really curious of your experience.
Yeah, thank you for your question. It's actually a pretty good question, because sometimes it's actually a bit surprising for us. So we started this idea of dialogic regulation because it was in the Youth Protection Act in Germany, and there are a lot of providers coming to us and saying, also providers we are actually not on our list, and they're coming to us and saying, okay, hey, it's us. Maybe you can look at our platform, because we just want to comply with the law. We just want our platform to be safe. But that's a small part of the providers. We have opened between 30 and 40 cases in Germany so far, and we have also started. We can act in Germany and outside the EU, because in the other member states there are other authorities responsible, and when it comes to very large online platforms, so-called VLOPs, the EU Commission is responsible for the regulation. But when we look at those platforms in Germany or outside Germany, it's interesting, because in Germany most companies or most providers are more or less willing to comply, but and also interesting in chatting with us. That really works. So the first 1 or 2 meetings, I think the communication is kind of good. Also with VLOPs, the VLOPs, they come to us, we talk to each other, we keep each other updated, talk about best practices and so on. That's good, that's good. That still needs a lot, there's still a lot to do, but this actually works pretty well. After that, when we get to the next steps, when we say, okay, you have to change this or that, then it's like, okay, thank you, but let's wait for the guidelines. Because without the guidelines to Article 28, that's what I mentioned in the beginning, a hard enforcement is almost impossible, because they just say, okay, Article 28 needs to be filled with more information to really to show what it really means. So yeah, I think to answer your question, in 2 months I can say a lot more if it really works that well, because smaller platforms we're happy that most of them are willing to comply, but there are others who block. And I mentioned the platforms outside the EU. It's not that easy for us, as you can imagine. And also, maybe it's because the law enforcement outside the EU for us, it's also, we have to be honest, it's not that easy when, all around the globe, when there are providers and we want to enforce something. When you want to enforce something in Germany, you send a letter and they say, okay, we have to pay because otherwise. But when you send this letter to, I don't know, any other state in the world, it's not that easy. But yeah, I hope maybe in a year on the next IGF, you ask the same question and say, we are all good. We now have a safe space for children and young persons, or at least a little bit safer.
And maybe a little additional comment from the civil society perspective. So I think what we also see missing is transparency from platforms, also to the wider open public, especially when it comes to algorithmic usage on platforms and things like that. This is also one thing we mentioned in the consultation in the guideline process for the DSA, that there wasn't enough emphasis on this transparency and including civil society organizations organizations and academic experts in this, as well as having meaningful child and survivor participation. This was something that we flagged because we see it is very important. Also, already in the developmental stages of new features, of measures that are being implemented. So there is a lot of room for improvement.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Thank you.
All right. Thank you. My name is Michael. I come from Iraq. I'm working for an NGO called SEED in Kurdistan, and I'm leading a project on online child safety by Safe Online there, and we're trying to build government system there to be able to respond to Oxia, and with the new name TFCSCA. And one of the greatest learning here when I come to IGF is the importance of regulating the tech companies. So I've done this before in Ethiopia, and we were able to ban like pornographic websites there in collaboration with the telecom company there. So, but the greatest challenge is when we try to ban those websites, these tech companies, they get their revenue, most of their revenues from these sites. And like, for example, in Ethiopia, like 6% of their revenues from these sites, harmful sites. So it's one of the greatest challenge for us. So we're trying to do that in Iraq, and so it also affects the government because these tech companies are paying taxes to the government, right? So do you have any advice regarding this, how to regulate specifically these telecom companies in a kind of environment?
So first of all, love your name. Also Michael. No, but that's a pretty good question. I mean, it's as I can imagine, a completely different kind of legal system, and so it's actually kind of hard for me to give some advice because we have another legal basis we work from. But maybe, so we made a lot of positive experience when it comes to dialogue. So just communicating and telling them, okay, you don't want to have, sometimes bad press isn't that bad, but in those cases there are a lot of providers who are interested in having like a good picture of themselves in the press, online, wherever. So our idea is we get in the dialogue, and if they comply, then we don't advertise those pages, but we say, okay, we report about our experiences we made with those providers, and we made press statements and so on, where we say, okay, there have been some improvements on various platforms. So other platforms come to us and say, okay, actually we want to also be mentioned like in a positive way by you. Is it possible that we get in touch, that we talk, and so on? So maybe that could be an idea. But you mentioned pornographic platforms. Pornographic platforms, yeah, that's like content. That's content regulation. And most precautionary measures I talked about, that's more risks resulting out of interaction. So it's like, it's also sometimes content, but it's very often risk resulting out of communication. When it comes to cyber grooming, for example, or when it comes to extremism, sometimes it's a mixture of both. Because when you have like extremistic content, and on the other hand, like this communication where they try to get especially young people in their hands. So. I think I have to think about it more. Maybe we can chat later and see and share some ideas. And you can explain me a bit more about your situation, and we will see what we can do. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I mean also if you have capacity to kind of push from both sides, so push the private sector, but also the government, it's always useful to also use studies that show the negative impact of risks like sexualized violence on the overall economy of the country or the region you live in, since studies show that also online sexualized violence has the same traumatic outcome for survivors and victims like offline sexualized violence. And for offline sexualized violence, there are studies how this negatively impacts a country's economy. So this might also be a route you can go. And it might also be something that the companies or the private sector is interested in to see, because people who suffer from, for example, PTSD, they often have difficulties in participating 100% later on in like their professional life and things like that. So this could also have negative impact on the future workforce they want to build. So this might also be an additional angle you could try to use.
Thank you. Do we have time for one last question? A really short question. So, and a short answer. Yeah, I'm sorry.
First, I just want to say, as a digital native, I truly understand how vital the work you're doing is. But I'm curious, in terms of like the work that's been done so far, a lot of the times access to education for children has been barred because of different countries' views on what education should be. And I'm curious, do y'all have any measures in place to prevent that from happening when implementing these protective measures?
You want to start?
Yeah, I mean, so we are both based in Germany, the KID and ECPAT Germany. So we work on that legal basis, and they're already in the legal basis. There are a kind of a strong basis that ensures that this is not going to happen. So, for example, when you look at the development of your sexualization, then there are different laws when you're a teen, so when you're above 14 than when you're below 14. So we are working on those measures, and they are already kind of trying to counteract that this is happening, that it has negative impacts, for example, on sex education and things like that, which are quite important, as well as seeing that this is not limiting access for vulnerable groups like LGBTQI+ community and things like that, and other groups like that. So there are kind of strong steers. We are always pushing to keep it that way, because there's also push also from a political side to restrict this more again. But yeah, as a civil society organization, like at ECPAT Germany, together with others, we are trying to see that this is not happening. We have it like in our perspective and are pushing for that. Yeah.
Thank you.
That was a perfect answer. I have nothing to add. So thank you. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage, from Deep Insight, Ivar Huckelberg.
Thank you so much for the invitation to come here today to share the story about Deep Insight and how we use AI and mathematics to create a better and more sustainable healthcare service. My name is Ivar, and I'm the Chief Revenue Officer in Deep Insight. And before we dive into the story about us, I want to quickly present the company. And we're founded by mathematicians who believe in using our knowledge to create a positive impact for society. And what better way to do that than using our knowledge in the healthcare sector? So let's take a step back and see the global picture right now that's concerning the healthcare sector. And everyone here today, either themselves or someone you know, will in some point in your life be in need of healthcare services. And the time from you get ill till you get the treatment can be quite psychologically demanding, especially if you constantly get postponed the date you are to be treated or cancel the surgery you have been booked into. And the waiting time is growing longer and longer. How can we solve this when the population is getting older and older? And believe me, I want to get old as well. That's a great thing. But we are also giving birth to fewer people. So we cannot just hire ourselves out of the problem to put more people into the healthcare sector to meet the increasing demand. Instead, we have to think differently around how we utilize the current resources we have. And in that way, still provide sustainable healthcare in the future. That is why Deep Insight is on a mission where we want to help hospitals manage and plan their resources with AI to ensure that as many people as possible receive the help they need when they need it. And for us, where can we make the biggest impact? And for us, that was in the surgery department, one of the core services of the hospitals. And if you look at how the planning is done today, there is immense amount of data going in to making these plans and ensuring the operation runs smoothly. And all these puzzle pieces that are to fit together to create this surgical program is really hard for the planners at hospitals to do when the current tools they use are pen and paper and Excel spreadsheets. They lack good tools and support to actually utilize the resources the best way possible. So the consequence is that the operating room are empty 40% of the time, even though the waiting lists are mile long. So what we then think of is that using AI and backed up by research, we think of planning through demand-driven way, where we actually use AI and predictive models to understand what type of surgery, how many types of surgery for different types will come in the next 2, 3, 4 months, and then map that up to the hospital's resources that they have available so they are better prepared. But to create this solution, we cannot do it ourselves. Then it wouldn't work. We need to include the hospitals when developing these kind of solutions. So we've been working with a couple of hospitals here in Norway, one of them Lovisenberg here in Oslo. And what we have done is, like, before we even wrote the first line of code, we went up there, talked with them, understanding their problems and what feature they really need. We even went as far as, well, me almost infiltrating them, postponing as a doctor to really feel what it is like to be in their shoes. And also, it's important to be close on them, to make them trust what we create with the algorithms and AI, for them to trust the output our solution give. And together with them, we created a solution we call Deep Insight Hero, for the hero of that work in the healthcare sector. And what we do is basically we use AI to generate plans in the future that tells the hospital what are to happen on a given operating room on a given day. So it could be on operating room 1, we should do 3 knee prostheses. And that makes it easy for the planners to slot in the right patient and to fill that OR. It also accounts for critical bottlenecks in the system, so we don't push more patients through than there are beds available, for example. And it also gives the planners suggestions on what patient, of the thousands of patients on the waiting list, who does fit in the program and are ready for surgery. And does it work? We've had it running for over a year at Luisberg, the hospital, and the result has been incredible. 12% increase in activity, vast amounts of time saved on planning. And these are numbers that top management and politicians screams of joy with when they see. But in the end, it's about the patients. And this counts for more than 1,000 more patients treated by planning and differently and using AI. That's 1,000 more people that are able to go back to their normal life sooner rather than later. That is why we are here. That is how we can use AI and mathematics to still provide a sustainable healthcare service in the future. And my time here is soon up, but our company is just in the beginning of the journey, and we are going to make some huge waves going forward in the healthcare sector. So thank you so much for your time.
Please welcome to the stage, from Vilma, Vega Samestad Hansen.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to present here. I'm Vegard Samestad Hansen, the CPO of Vilmer. So what we have done is that we have created more than 100,000 good moments for elderly using our own developed technology. We do this with an activity as a service model, and our platform is today engaging thousands of volunteers and paid contributors to contribute with good moments for elderly. And the interesting thing with our technology is that we can actually deliver a 2 to 4 times increasement in amount of activities in nursing homes at only a quarter of the cost. So it's a very sustainable solution, and the market is also attractive to be in as a private company. And why are we doing this? We are doing it because loneliness and inactivity is one of the largest healthcare challenges we do have, and also probably one of the largest problems we have as a society today. So today, over 1 million elderly in only the Nordics do experience loneliness. I remember my own grandfather at his final days. He usually said to me when I left him from my usual visits, okay, then I will lie down here, stare at the blank wall. So this is exactly what we want to do something about. And it's about time, because the care gap is really growing at this time. Healthcare workers say that they don't have time. There is a healthcare staff shortage that will increase from 7,000 to more than 50,000 within 2040. And families say that they don't have time to contribute, come for visits and help out the elderly. However, the local citizens do say that they do want to help out. There are a lot of people that want to contribute with good moments for elderly. And this is what we are trying to do something about. I'm sure that the one of you that are within this sector is very familiar with these graphs. The timing is definitely now. We can't wait. It's something that has been around the latest 20 years, but right now we really see that the gap between healthcare staff and elderly is hitting us and hitting also all institutions across the world. So let me tell a bit more about what we are doing. What we try to do is to make the elderly's life look more like this. We bring in physical activities, everything from dog visits to someone taking a coffee cup with an elderly, or someone coming, taking them for a walk. We also usually engage some celebrities to arrange bigger events, such as concerts and other larger events. how we are doing it, we have developed our own matching platform that maps out all the different activity needs from the institutions, the elderly living there. And based on that, we recruit and engage contributors from the local society. And for every elderly living out there, there are actually 5 people that want to contribute with some good moments. Some of them want to help out maybe once a month, others want to help out 12 hours a week, some do it for free, and some want to get a bit of a smaller payment that we also can arrange. Per today, there aren't really any specialized solutions that take advantage of this unused workforce. So they haven't been asked before we come in, usually. So our matching and coordination platform really connects these 2 needs together, and then we can increase the activity level they do have today. The result is a digital activity plan, a pre-made week filled with good moments for every elderly living in institutions. That contains both digital activities, physical activities, and everything that the elderly living there is interested in. It looks like this. Here are some images of the activities we recently have arranged. All of these are from the previous week. Here we have a store contributing with some free food. Here we have some dog visits, some digital lectures, a horse coming for a visit to a nursing home, and a lot of varying activities. And in the end here, we actually are able to reduce coordination costs that they do have from beforehand when it comes to arranging activities. We increase the activity level by 2 to 4 times. And at the same time, we increase the quality, at least according to our own NPS service to the citizens, on the activities itself. So we are just one out of many examples on how technology can really do something about the elderly wave, and at the same time keep the quality of the life that I need in the end. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage from Seema Manavrihel Kumar and Jakob Sverre Løvstad.
Hi, everyone. We're going to speak a little bit about how we can do insight-based leadership training and connect diversity to value. So around 2015, there were numerous reports coming out that linked diversity to value creation, but they didn't really say how do you get the value out of diversity. And there was a saying in the private sector and public sector that diversity could be the new gold mine, so everyone were looking to how can we become more diverse. But the truth is that diversity doesn't automatically yield better results. Diversity brings a lot of complexity, but also a potential to do better. So whether you deal with the complexity in a good way and you actually get to the value that diversity can bring, that depends on how you manage diversity in the organization. And our job is to figure out what that depends on. So every organization is a village of its own, with its own culture, with its own way of doing things. So there is no one-size-fits-all when it comes to releasing diversity potential. So you need to figure out what is the truth and what is the culture in your organization, and how is that hindering or promoting diversity potential.
All right. So, as Manav said, this is kind of the old model, so to speak. But at this point, we have analyzed something like 7,000 data points in Norway across a multitude of different industries. I mean, it's retail, arts, oil and gas, whatever you want to point a stick at, we've been there. And this simplified model has been proven not to work. As he said, it all depends. And it also is individual to the organization. The mistake is often to take US research in particular and transfer it to individual organizations far from wherever they did the original research, and that has shown to be wrong. So, there has to be a different approach. And when we say that something depends, statistically speaking, we have to do something called multimediation analysis. So basically, as you bring more diversity into the organization, you see, as I said, that there's more complexity, but how that complexity is handled is mapped through the psychosocial variables individual to the organization. So, when we work, we come into the organization and we see this kind of thing, all right? We see that the diversity we map out through statistical methods, they do affect well-being, but also other variables like sick leave, turnover, how much billable hours you have per person, things like that. But we can also say, well, how does that happen? In this particular picture, you see that the main variables of interest are authenticity and development opportunities, which is, competence utilization, which is something that we could typically see. So if we were going to work with this particular organization, we would say, well, for diversity, we need to do something about the ability to be authentic. Is there enough psychological safety here? That kind of thing. We also have to look at whether or not people, especially diverse people, get to utilize their competence in their jobs. And that's where we have to look to see how we can create more value for the company. And this is another example of the same kind. Here you see instead of well-being, we have billable hours. So it's both the soft variables and the hard variables. This makes it possible for organizations to create business cases out of something that is often perceived as a very soft domain. We can transfer that into, hardline, billable hours, for example, sick leave, turnover, things that do matter to the bottom line. Also, when we are saying diversity, we have an expanded model of what diversity is. At least in Norway, most of when you hear people talking about diversity, it boils down to either ethnicity or gender. We also map out things like age, neurodiversity, socioeconomic class, all the things that contribute to the diverse experience. In addition, we also look at perspectives or perspective diversity, which means that all of us here have our perspectives, our opinions, our feelings, and so on under the hood. That is also shown to be very, very important in the workplace for performance. So, sir?
Yeah. So what we do when we work with organization is that we use the method that Jakob described to do an analysis of what is happening in your village, right? So that's the organization. And based on that, we tailor-make a leadership or a training program, and then we measure again after we've conducted it to see if you got the bottom line result you wanted. So for example, if your aim was to improve subjective well-being in the organization, we do the analysis, we see how much subjective well-being is affected by diversity, we do the training, and then we measure again to see if your diversity sensitivity for subjective well-being has gone down afterwards. So what we base all this on, and why diversity is important, is that leadership is usually easy when it comes to similarities. So if you apply your leadership skills, but you select people who are the same as you, leadership is quite easy. But leadership becomes challenging when you introduce diversity. And it could be a little bit diversity that's introduced, or a lot. And how the world is, and the way the world is developing right now, with more globalization, more diversity coming into workplaces, diversity competence is a basic leadership skill. That is something that every organization needs to focus on when developing leaders for the future. And this is our slogan. So what we do is to build future or diversity-ready organizations through statistical methods and tailor-made leadership training programs. And our primary goal is to take diversity from something that you do out of sympathy to something you do to create value. So looking at how we can create value based on the differences that exist in the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Please welcome to the stage from Trust, Malcolm Langford.
Dere kan se det? No. Research shows that if citizens are asked if they would like a court decision or an administrative decision to be made by a human or an AI system or a robot, they would prefer a human. Even more, research shows that we will tolerate failures by a human decision maker much more than an artificial decision maker. So in many contexts, particularly hard cases like decision making, AI has a lot of work to do to make itself trustworthy. But when we also ask citizens, would you prefer a human with AI to make a court decision or administrative decision, we prefer that combination more than just a human. And that shows the path or the potential for using AI in smart ways in which we don't compromise our moral values. So how do we get there? I represent Trust, which is one of the 6 new AI centres in Norway in research and innovation, which were announced two weeks ago by the Prime Minister. We are 150 researchers, 35 PhD candidates, who are focused on how do we get AI which is accurate, interpretable, for example, it's explainable, it's aligned with our values, it's inclusive of the voices that we want to hear when designing AI, it's safe, it's not going to cause harms, it's sustainable, it's also well-governed, and particularly, and something that's often missed in definitions of trustworthy AI, it works at scale. The more and more we start to roll out AI systems, the more and more we lose control of them in practice. And AI systems start to speak to AI systems and create emergent behaviors. So how do we have systems to govern this? We have 18 research partners in Norwegian institutions. We have 44 user partners from the public sector, the private sector, so from Equinor, a multinational, to the court administration. We also have civil society organizations like Amnesty, and we work with international partners like Cambridge, University of California, and so forth. We have 14 research areas, which includes everything from veridical AI, how we get truth and transparency in the way we pull together data. This keeps on moving for some reason. I can't seem to stop it, but anyway, it's got a mind of its own. It's controlled by AI, perhaps. I'll keep on trying to keep it back. We also are interested in responsible uncertainty quantification. So when you get an AI prediction, what sort of number are you going to get as to how certain the AI system is? Maybe it's 85% certain with a 10% confidence interval. What does that mean in practice? And how can we communicate to you in a language that you as a non-data scientist will understand what are the real risks are here? Then how do we attribute what the system is doing? Explain what are the core features in this? How do we look at what's causing those predictions? How do we work with foundation models, generative AI, emergent behaviors when AI systems start to speak to each other, and so forth? We also have 15 action clusters with everything from healthcare, mobility, case processing, which I'll come back to, infrastructure, dealing with criminality and the climate crisis, but also technical solutions. For example, anomaly detection. How can you use AI to detect that something might be wrong in your system, that ID fraud is happening, or some form of criminality is happening in an ocean surveillance system. So if we come back to the example that I gave you at the beginning, from the Immigration Directorate in Norway, we've got 4 million documents on 120,000 asylum decisions. A very sensitive area of decision making with massive consequences for people's lives, a lot of personal data in those decisions, which makes it very difficult for the Immigration Directorate to work with AI on it or share it with researchers. But we developed a data infrastructure where we have all of these documents and decisions in a secure location that no one outside can access. And we can train machine learning models, we can even use large language models like our own version of ChatGPT to find patterns here to help decision makers avoid bias, to work more quickly, to perhaps improve the quality of their writing and their decision making. But we also have a system with automatic de-identification so that researchers and caseworkers can read individual decisions with an automatic masking of all the personal data, and it's calibrated according to their research needs. And what we're now doing in a new project, working with the Immigration Directorate and the courts, is testing out different models of AI. From very simple help mechanisms where they get better access to information, for example, on the human rights context in the countries asylum seekers are coming from, or summaries of facts and law, to more auto-generated aspects of decisions. But then we're testing out how do decision makers use that AI, and we'll look at the data analytics of their clicks and their eye movements. We'll have focus group interviews. We'll have expert assessments of the types of decisions they are making. Because at the end of the day, I think these 4 core elements need to be there when we are talking about trustworthy AI in practice, particularly in high-risk areas, but areas in which we have a lot of a possibility to not just increase efficiency, but improve quality in that we do. The first is to understand AI in context. What are the risks? But what are the user needs? What decision makers and asylum seekers and their lawyers need from AI systems? 2, what sort of models for trustworthiness can we develop? In the system we're developing, we're including explainable dimensions, uncertainty quantification dimensions. Thirdly, we need system thinking and governance. We don't know really the risks of AI, so we need a lot of scaffolding around it. We need feedback systems to help us at early stages learn what is going wrong and what is going right. And finally, we need to calibrate trust. Sometimes AI systems look like they're working too well, and we trust them too much. And we need to test them properly and communicate back to citizens, users, judges, and decision makers how accurate, how effective the AI predictions are, and what warnings need to be in place. Thank you very much.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
Yes, all of us.
Yes, it's a privilege to have the opportunity to be giving this presentation or this lightning talk here at IGF. And at my side, I have my colleague Morten, and I have Silje on the far right here. And we are honored to also share the stage with Carla from Rappler. She's head of strategy and innovation.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, and later on you'll be hearing them diving into how to counter mis and disinformation. My name is Olav. I'm the news editor of Faktisk, which is Norway's only fact-checking organization. We are now 15 employees, and we are parted into two divisions. One is a journalism or the newsroom that is making articles on fact checks and verification, and the other part is the media literacy department, TANK or Think in English, who is making educational material out of the same sort of like material we are using for the fact checks. We're gonna address, as I said, disinformation. But first, I have to take you into where we're from, where Faktisk is from, and how collaboration is a vital part of our history. We were founded in 2017. Just after the tornado called fake news. It was after the start of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. It was after Brexit and after the first Trump election. So it was a great need for finding a way to counter all of this mis and disinformation being spread online. And in Norway, the solution was that the big media companies got together and found a way to do this together, making an own independent organization called Faktisk and starting up there. And as you can see, we were founded by and are still owned by the 6 big companies in Norway. There are 2 big papers, VG and Dagbladet, which is now owned by Schibsted and Aller, and we have the 2 broadcasters, which is NRK and TV 2. And we have 2 big media companies behind us that owns a lot of regional and local papers. That is Amedia and Polaris. So where are we now? What we want to do, I think, how to say, the core mission that we've always been into is to curate knowledge and share know-how and stay relevant. And how do we do it? Yeah, we are fact-checking and we are doing verifications. And we are also looking into the incidents when AI becomes a digital threat. And with that, we do fact-checking, verification, publish it online. We have social media, and we have a TikTok account and newsletter. And at our best, we do this quick. We can make an article, a fact-check, verification, and at the same time, our media literacy division, they make this into educational material that can be very useful for the teacher the next day in the classroom. This is when we are at our best. Then we do the debunking and pre-bunking all together. So how do we do this with very limited resources? We are only 15 people, so we need a little help from our friends. And with the friends, we have, like the big media ecosystem in Norway. And as I said, we are owned by the 6 big companies, so that means that not all of the media industry, but a large part of it are behind us and giving us support and backing. In addition to financing, we share ideas and we share know-how, and sometimes we visit them, they visit us, we can work together, and in this way we can be stronger together. And at the same time, they are making most of our distribution because it's possible for them to republish our articles, and in that way we get much more visibility. We get a big audience through our owners and through the rest of the Norwegian media. So this is how collaboration is so important, and we join our forces. Then a small organization like ours can still strengthen the methods and skills in this very important issue of our time. Just a few words on the development during these years. At the start, it was almost only fact-checking we did, and it was a lot of claims from the politicians. We're still doing that. And at that time, like 8 years ago, there was a lot of viral misinformation we also looked into. I mean, like there was a lot of strange and funny web pages which had to be looked upon. There was a big change in 2020 because of the pandemics. Then almost all of our sources went into that and fact-checking all the claims related to the debates on vaccine and what the authorities were to be doing. Afterwards, we had a Russian full-scale in Ukraine, and after that again, it was an energy crisis, and this occupied us, all of our strength almost. This was what we were doing. But the big change, I think, in the way we prioritize our journalism would be like the invasion in Ukraine, because what we saw, there was a flood of images and videos, and the big medias, they didn't know what videos and images that occurred on social media that were to be trusted. So we had to find a method and a way to verify all these images and videos. And the way we did it, or the Norwegian media did it, we set together an own verification desk, which was facilitated and administered by Faktisk, and it was staffed by journalists from all through Norway. So journalists that otherwise were like from competing newspapers, they got together, found new methods, found new skills, and at the same time they answered to this assignment on providing verified images and videos for the TV stations and the papers. And the third thing we made possible then was give education to all the journalists in how to develop this field, and they could bring that back to the organization they belong to otherwise. So a lot of things happening, and Silje will later on tell you a bit more about that part. At the end, I just would like to say that of course, we have a lot of collaboration in Norway, but we also have collaboration outside, across the borders. And we work tight together with our Nordic colleagues, the Danish Kjekte, the Swedish Källkritikkbyrån, and the Finnish Faktabari. And all of those, and we in Faktisk, we also take part in a Nordic hub of fact-checking organization, together with academic institutions and a tech company, which is called Nordis, where also new ideas and methods are being developed. And we're also part of an international network, IFCN, which is like 180 fact-checking organization, and the European fact-checking standards network. So in that sense, we share the ideas, and we share the methods, and we share the tools. And so that is my bottom line. We're better together.
Thanks. So I'm going to talk a bit about how we actually get better by being together with other partners. I'm Morten. I'm the head of technology at Faktisk. So as Olav mentioned, back in 2017, we mostly fact-checked claim from politicians, and at that time, our tech suite looked like this. So this is our original toolbox. It's transcriptions from public broadcasting with some entity recognition, so we could see what people were talking about when they were on the radio or on TV shows, and picking up on the claims that they made, so we could fact-check them. We also looked a bit into polling, so we had our own poll aggregator service. I'm not going to talk that much about that now. But as times have changed quite significantly since 2017, and the ability of bad actors to create misinformation has become much more technologically sophisticated, and we've also seen that people consume much more audio-visual content online rather than text-based content. So back in 2017, we mainly worried about Facebook, which is a text-based platform, but now we have TikTok, we have Instagram, we have YouTube, you have all these platforms where people mostly share video, and sometimes long-form video too. So we need to update our toolbox, and we've done that in collaboration with our academic partners and our tech partners. So I'm going to give you a couple of brief examples, and then Silje will maybe tell you something more about how this actually works in practice. So the first example is this. So as you can see, these are Norwegian flags with boxes around them. The boxes are, it's an object recognition algorithm that's called YOLO. It means you only look once. We used this is a test case, so we tried to see how many non-Norwegian flags there were in the National Day Parade in Oslo. Every year there is a debate in Norway about how many foreign flags there are in this parade, and the assumption seems to be that there is definitely some significant amount of them. So we used this object detection technology to actually look at the flags and try to verify if there were any foreign ones. And the answer was a very clear no. This was a myth. But we had to run through several hours of parade footage with this algorithm to actually get to this answer, something that would have been completely impossible just a few years ago. I think we counted around 80,000 flags, or flag instances, to be very technical about it. Because the same flag can appear multiple times in the same video. We've also gone through TikTok videos. This one, I'm not sure if you cannot see. So this one here, we used facial expression recognition because we wanted to see what the mood is like on Norwegian TikTok. So the box here actually looks at someone's face, and it tries to estimate what emotion their facial expression signifies. So here, I'm not sure if it detects anything, but you can see it was actually quite instructive because we discovered that, one, people don't really share a lot of substantial content on TikTok, and most people are happy. So that was pretty much contrary to our expectations. Here's the algorithm if you want to try it. It's called FER. It's open source, so you can use it. I'm going to skip the next one because I can see that we are running a bit out of time. I'm going to advertise. We also have a freedom of information platform that the journalists can use to get access to public records, or at least records that should be in public, through submitting FOIA requests to all sorts of municipalities, state organizations, and so on. I think there is at least 30 million documents in there, so it's quite large. But that's sort of the overarching technology stuff. I think it's much more interesting for you to hear about how it's used for verification work. So Silja.
Thank you. My name is Silja. I'm the head of verification at Faktisk. And as Ola was saying earlier, this is a project organized under Faktisk that we started in the spring of 2022. And as you see from this image, this was posted by the former Prime Minister in Sweden, Carl Bildt. He shared this image on his Twitter account on the 26th of February in 2022. So this was 2 days after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And he wrote, "There are photos that will be with us for a long time." And he was indeed right about that. When this image was verified, it turned out to be 6 years old, so it did not show 2 children and soldiers up against Russian soldiers in the full-scale invasion. And this exemplifies what the media and the society as well were up against, because traditional reporting tools were not enough anymore. And social media was flowing the frontline footage, and some of it was authentic and some of it was manipulated. So, and with restricted access on the ground for journalists, newsrooms, they relied increasingly on user-generated content for their news coverage. So the newsroom, they lacked the skills and the methods to verify content, and it became very urgent for everyone to be able to separate facts from fabrications. So competing national media in Norway, we got together and we established a method and a work process on how to try to separate facts from fabrications. And 3 years later, we now we use it as it's a big part of our journalism to use verification, and we've trained a lot of Norwegian journalists. About 60 Norwegian journalists have been part of our newsroom and got training in it. And we also trained journalists all over the world, many of them living in exiles. So we've been training them, journalists from Gaza, Yemen, Syria, Libya, Afghanistan, many corners of the world. So let's give an example of how we work when we verify content, mainly videos and images. This video that you see screenshots of on the screen, this was a video that surfaced on Russian Telegram channels, and it was claiming to show a Norwegian soldier, being killed in Ukraine, and he was wearing a Norwegian uniform. And the footage, it seemed authentic, and it seemed to have been shot with a GoPro camera, showing a Russian soldier throwing a grenade into a bunker where the Norwegian soldier was hit. And the video, it was spread with allegations of NATO's involvement in the war in Ukraine, and dead Norwegian soldiers that fed the Russian narrative of NATO's involvement in the war. But something was clearly off, and verifying the video and analyzing it frame by frame, we could map and see how sun and shades revealed inconsistencies and editing cuts, and we could document that the video, it was staged, and it did not, in fact, show a capture a Russian grenade killing a Norwegian soldier at all. It was clearly propaganda and disinformation. So this is an example of how of the work we do. This other example, this is from the early part of the war in Ukraine. At the beginning, it had been rumors that there had been established a filtering camp outside of Mariupol, the Russian-controlled Ukrainian city. And we wanted to look into it and see if we could find some kind of evidence to support these rumors and stories that we heard. So we examined satellite images from the area, and at the start of the war, we could not see any of the tents that were meant to be put up, but after a few months, we could clearly see, using the satellite images and comparing them, we could see that there had been put up about 20 blue tents. So by this, we use satellite images and open source intelligence to turn rumors into documented facts. And this other example is from Syria, where we also have used satellite images to document signs of mass graves, several places in Syria, after the fall of the regime of Bashar al-Assad in December last year. And these satellite images, they documented how large trenches appeared around the time that thousands of Syrian people had been reported missing. So through satellite data, we could monitor the grave expansion and compare timelines and add facts to the reports from civilians on the ground. So at Factis, we, of course, work to debunk misinformation and manipulated content from conflict areas around the world. And during the India-Pakistan conflict this spring, several videos emerged online, and they were claiming to show Pakistan shooting down Indian fighter jets. And our analysis, they showed that clips, they were manipulated, and they were from a military-themed video game, in fact. And we tracked the source material, compared visual frame by frame, and identified that none of the footage had actually any real-world connection. This case, it shows how visual content, whether it was intentioned or not, can be misused and provoke an escalation between nuclear powers. So, increasingly, our work is about exposing manipulation, and we investigate content created by AI and video game simulations, as you saw, and also real images such as this, but connected with the false claims. And this example is from a famous image just a few weeks back, where it was claimed that the French president was accused of cocaine use after simply clearing away a napkin before a photo shoot on a train to Kiev. So stories such as this, they spread extremely fast, and verifying content can be time-consuming. So this is our main dilemma and challenge at the moment, and this is why we're focusing on developing technical tools, such as the one Morten was telling you about with object detection with the Norwegian flags. These technical tools and methods are necessary for us to keep improving and develop in order to make verification faster and even more accurate. So this is, as I see it, is the main challenge that we're up against at the moment. And it needs, of course, to be a global and joint force to tackle this, I believe. So I will let Carla take over now.
Thank you, Celia. So I'm Carla, I'm from Rappler, a newsroom in the Philippines, and as we saw from everything that's been presented, disinformation is real and it's happening here and now. And our goal really in tackling this is what do we do now and how do we continue the battle for truth and start it in a scale that matters to us all, right? So first off, what is the cost of disinformation? So it's been reported that disinformation actually is costing us globally $78 billion every single year because of market manipulation, reputation risk, cybercrime, and everything that disinformation touches. It is designed to divide communities, distort reality, and ultimately destroy trust. And the social cost for this is really immeasurable. The fact that we no longer have a shared reality is what we're living through. And of course, the new entrant, a big entrant in accelerating everything, including disinformation, is AI. Now, the barrier to entry is very low, low cost, high scale in terms of production, producing, distributing in a pace that we've never seen before. And this is what we're battling with in Rappler. So as mentioned, we're a Philippine independent newsroom headed and led by the courageous Maria Ressa, who's right there. And we've seen firsthand how disinformation has been weaponized to attack journalists, manipulate propaganda, and definitely destroy democracies. And ultimately, our question was, how do we make sure that we tackle disinformation or build resilience in a world where lies move faster than the truth? So we've seen that this is not limited to just one tool, one newsroom, or even one solution, but it is meant to be a collective system that brings together the best of data, the most effective communities, and the right and impactful technology. So let's start with data. It really is taking a look at how we fight back with it, because ultimately, you can't fight what you can't see, right? So we are able to build out a data forensics company called Nerve, where we expose different networks and ultimately how does this information travel across platforms, across networks, pages, bots, accounts. Because disinformation doesn't just appear randomly, it is very much orchestrated. So what you're seeing here in the slide is actually our visual map of how one disinformation or crisis flows through the information ecosystem or platforms, right? Whether it's Facebook, TikTok, social media. And what you're seeing on the left is how the tendency is that for a piece of information to connect with various communities online, splinters into niche communities, so you would then be connected or be attracted to certain narratives, and then that's what you tend to spread. So our ability to then map out where do the facts lie, where are the lies starting, and how do these lies spread, allow us to then connect to the networks who would have most influence to stop that same spread. So being able to then visualize this in a map is very important, because ultimately, the goal is to provide that kind of information and facts to a set of communities that are ready to act. So through MovePH and RapLearn, we've been able to build out an effective network of civic engagers through various training, roadshows, and here's a quick sample of what that looks like, where we bring together multilateral, multi-sectoral groups from youth leaders, local government units, and making sure that disinformation is a common enemy that we all need to be able to focus and fix.
Bakit mas dumadami siya? And a big part of the problem, a contributing factor, is technology.
If internet or if technology is being used for criminal ends, there must be cooperation from platforms, telcos. And I really appreciate yung ganitong mga forums, because this will enable communities to be cyber safe. So doon po tayo sa educating on how to deal with the internet.
If we really want to keep the discourse alive, we also need to keep a conversation with your local government leaders. Yeah.
So all this engagement has then allowed us to really collectively grow a movement within the Philippines. It's called Facts First PH. This was started last 2022. And what makes it different and really powerful is that it is multi-sectoral and everybody gets involved. So it's over 140 units, and it is very difficult to bring together people, right? But the fact that we are battling through a common concern or crisis is what brings us together. So it's not just about banding together, but making sure there's a system where everybody gets to report, verify, check, and spread a piece of fake news or a piece of disinformation, and that's all then collected. So why is this important? Because in this coalition, we then are able to piece together a network of truth tellers that then allows us to match where do the lies spread with where the facts should be placed. So here you're seeing a network map of various Facts First partner communities and how that then ripples out into the respective networks as well. So if lies spread a certain way, then we're able to combat that by knowing where do they start, how are our audiences, our communities responding to it, and what formats will they actually understand. So this way, we're not just spreading like, here's a piece of news, this is fake, this is real, but in a language that they understand, in formats that they would actually bother to watch. So it's knowing our communities, knowing what matters to them, and ultimately knowing how to engage with them better. And as we know, systems, broken systems at that, cannot be fixed overnight, so we built our own. Because the goal is to be able to reclaim the narrative from those that are spreading this information. So what you're seeing here is Rappler communities powered by the Matrix protocol. It is a safe space where everyone can actually jump in, join in, and have real connections direct with our journalists and editors, those who are also guardians of facts and truth. And how it works is beyond just your typical news feed, you can actually then select which communities you want to be able to engage with online, chat, real time, always on, and then get to even chat with our AI called RAI that is trained on vetted articles and vetted facts from Rappler through content and data. And this is how, if you're visiting Rappler, you can then connect with RAI, ask it the questions, verify yourself if there's any disinformation or lie that you come across, and it'll provide you the response that is then connected to factual hard data. So it's facts-based, it's designed for civic engagement, it's designed for you to be able to also spread the truth yourself to your respective communities. So ultimately, for us to be able to really address the issue of disinformation, it's a long, hard road ahead, but we've seen that what has worked for us in Rappler is that really seeing how do we build out a network of truth by understanding what the data shows, equipping citizens and communities to act with information that's readily available, and also providing safe spaces for good, not just for profit. So it's been a long journey, but we're here to continue to battle for truth. Thank you.
Thank you. So, questions?
I'm not sure if there is a...
Is there a mic, perhaps?
Here's a mic.
Oh, it seems to be working now, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, thanks for the presentations. Really interesting work. I'm Surabi from R&W Media. We are a media development organization based in the Netherlands. I was just wondering about the tools that you mentioned, for instance, the facial recognition tool and some of the other AI tools that you're using. How are you reconciling that with the ethical implications of using these tools in your work? Have there been discussions within the organization about the ethical, responsible implications of these tools? And I'm just interested in knowing how are you navigating some of those discussions, and if you have any practical insights on that. Thanks.
Oh, definitely. So we did have those discussions when we had this TikTok project, and one of the most important things for us was selecting only accounts that had a big public impact already. So we didn't want to store facial expression information about normal private citizens. We selected only the most important influencers who have their face plastered everywhere anyway. We also didn't publish, I think, almost none of the material anywhere else. As journalists, of course, we have the luxury of having an exemption from the GDPR, which means that we can store personal information as long as it's for editorial purposes. But we've tried to be as careful as possible, especially both with people's faces, but also with comments. That's something else that we've stored and analyzed. And we've always tried to disaggregate the names of the people making the comments from the comment itself, because people can really expose their names, for example. So yeah, it's usually on a per project basis. We would have other considerations if we were looking into more, let's say, random activity from non-public figures, for example.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I assume that the data that you showed about this information source is usually publicly observable, websites that actually will be visible by anyone. Now, I'm wondering if you also have a project to deal with the more hidden form of disinformation, especially the one that goes by way of personal targeting and delivery by way of ephemeral websites. So these websites will not be visible to anybody who knows what to do about it. And you will not be able to observe what it is. Of course, there could be ways to collaborate with the networks to enable people to kind of report what they see, but it would actually take a bigger project. So I wonder if there's anything going there.
Yeah, so all of our work is based on publicly available data, and what we've observed is that they really do work in patterns. So while we're able to map out various accounts and networks, it's important to note that every account plays a role. And an account will then have their own respective private connections, right? And so if you're, if you're able to then identify what is happening in the public space, what are the messages that are building up in certain clusters, right? Understanding who would be the main influences or leaders or accounts in specific clusters, we can then connect that to potential private behavior as well. Because whatever you deal with publicly also would have an influence on how you spread it privately. So we take a look at patterns, we take a look at how the behavior is, as well as essentially the playbook of how messages spread. Then we are able to then track that out within private spaces as well.
It seems that we have run out of time, so I think we could just take the question over here, okay? Thank you for attention. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
For your information, a session will start on the open stage in 5 minutes.
done so already. Oh, there we go. We've got the microphone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Internet Governance Forum here in Lillestrøm. My name is Zach Dans from the United Nations Department of Global Communications. I'm joined on stage by Miss Maria Ressa, Nobel Peace Prize laureate and founder of Rappler. I'm also joined, yes, please give her a round of applause. I'm also joined by Mr. Juan Sebastian Gomez from the Deutsche Welle Latin American Service, as well as Ms. Fia Malik from Kompas Media in Indonesia, who will jointly be interviewing Ms. Maria Ressa. At the conclusion of the interview, there will be an opportunity for you to ask questions to Ms. Ressa. We are, of course, speaking to you from the 20th edition of the IGF in Lillestrøm, Norway, convened by the United Nations Secretary General. We have an incredible 8,000 people joining us on site and online. The IGF has 150 plus sessions in the program. On Tuesday, we officially opened the IGF with leaders calling for action and cooperation in a rapidly evolving digital landscape, including a message from the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. On Wednesday, we had a lively panel in the plenary hall on AI and the future of work with government leaders, OpenAI, Meta, and the actor and activist Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Today is the final day of this year's IGF. At 2:30 today, we will be having the closing ceremony of the IGF in the plenary hall. Now, let us hear from Ms. Maria Ressa. Distinguished guests, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for that really extensive introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Fia from Indonesia, and with me is Juan.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about journalism and AI and the risk to democracy to you, Ms. Maria Ressa, I'm so sorry. Before we start, I want to start with an ice-breaking question. You've asked...
These are the dangerous ones, these icebreakers.
No, it's not that... Okay, we're going to start.
No, go.
So, usually you've asked the audience whether or not they've used AI in general life. So, have you used AI?
Of course.
In journalism, in your line of work?
In journalism, I can't criticize it if I haven't used it. I mean, it really comes from a position of, I'm looking for the good, right? Can it really help us? And then in the process, then we try to figure this out. So for example, OpenAI. We're partners. Rappler is a partner of every single tech company. We're sometimes called frenemies, but we're partners. And when the chatbots were rolled out, right? OpenAI had an open call. 1,000 different groups came in, and we pitched using their LLM for democratic consultation. We were one of 10 that got it, and because we got it, we were then able to take what they did, understand the code and how they did it, and then use it. We rolled it out in our Matrix chat app as a consultation for policy. So our Quezon City, which has 3 million people, they use that to be able to have a 4-day open consultation on whether to turn a main thoroughfare, close it down during the holidays. We start small. Right? But I think we need public service people, like the public interest, journalists, civil society. We need to use this tech so that we understand both its strengths, dangers, and the weaknesses that need to be addressed.
I have, this is my impression that whenever we talk about journalism, and then journalists start to talking about what they do, it becomes a bit of a bubble sometimes because it's hard. I mean, in the editing rooms, there's a lot going on, and you end up talking in another language, and then it's hard to connect.
Yeah.
And so my question was also by using artificial intelligence. I have the feeling that not for the main reasons that you might think, but for more practical reasons, a lot of journalists and colleagues decide to, let's say, skip part of the research or not go that deep into this or that information, even having tools. Why? Because there's a deadline coming, or because you were scared that you might get sued.
Sued, attacked if you're a woman, right?
Or that you might get a massive backlash, and it's not because you're
be canceled,
or that, yeah.
Yeah.
And then so, how do you see that? There's a lot of factors that are within the newsroom and within the way journalists work that are also prone to the mistakes that we are being called out for, that are so, especially now in this moment, so bad for democracies all over the world.
There's so many ways to answer that one. I mean, look, just taking artificial intelligence has been around for almost 70 years. And I always joke that artificial intelligence is neither artificial nor is it intelligent, right? It is a machine. It's machine. So the generative AI is a probabilistic machine, right? And it depends how you set it up. Now, the tech companies haven't really explained that the same way that we journalists in the old days. I am 60, so I can say in the old days. In the old days, we didn't do as good a job as we could have to explain the processes of journalism, the standards and ethics that drove us, right? And then since then, the technology has, I'm going to say, the goal was to democratize news, but then now, being a journalist, when you walk into social media, means you're handcuffed, right? I'm not going to curse. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to incite fear, anger, or hate. And those are the things that get the widest distribution, right? So right off the top, these distribution platforms, the design of big tech, which gives them the most money, actually handcuffs journalists. That's the first. The second, no disrespect to influencers, but journalists are not influencers. Sorry. I mean, you can be, especially really well-known journalists, sure, but there's a difference in standards and ethics, and some influencers have the same standards and ethics as journalists. But again, some influencers grow their, I guess the goal, if you're an influencer, is to keep growing, right? It's popularity, sometimes at all cost, because popularity is connected to money. In a news organization, we actually try to separate the money from the editorial agenda. So a news organization is going to write the stories that may not make you money. I can tell you, stories that we spent 2 months, 3 months on don't spread on social media, except they're really important, like the drug war in our country, or disinformation, right? How that data spreads. That doesn't get the widest distribution online. But you keep doing them because the public needs to know that. The public interest is what drives us. Having said that, given the design of the distribution platforms, what it empowered, what it encouraged was bad journalism. Okay, so now let's go back to your question. That's the context of what we're operating in. Your question is about inside the newsroom, us reporters. Partly it depends on the managers and the kind of reality check you have, right? If you have a news organization that doesn't admit that women journalists, women reporters get attacked more than male reporters, the women journalists may tend to be quieter, may tend to take less risk because they are not protected by their own news organization, right? If you're with a news organization that obeys in advance, and let me talk about an American news organization, right? In the time of Trump, if the news organization doesn't punch back, I mean, you've all seen Washington Post, and you've seen if if the business will run it at the cost of the journalism, then the news people inside the editorial room may be more fearful. Fear is real, and we need to say that, and we need to talk about it, and we need to tell the public, which also knows fear is real, right? So I feel like this isn't just a news conversation. We can be more transparent. I mean, this is what we learned in Rappler during the time of Duterte. I mean, it's unreal to get 90 hate messages per hour, right? My reporter who was covering Duterte, Pia Ranada, was all of 26 years old when she was getting as many hate messages as I was. And I worried about her more than I did. Me, I'm old. I've got enough, you know what I mean? I've been around. But I worried about her. And that's my worry for the next generation. So the core of your, right? It's the next generation that we have to worry about. And the last part, guys, will journalism survive this? Or are you going to force all of us to do the 3 C's? Corrupt, coerce, co-opt, right? We need to stop the corruption. That's where it begins. And the incentive structure of big tech, of the distribution network, is corrupt.
Yeah, so when you said that you have a new fear towards the new generation of journalists, that's me included.
Yes.
So
it requires more courage.
It does.
Right?
It does.
When I was your age.
Yeah. So how do you think we should combat this? Not only because of that, but also to the misinformation and disinformation, and we have to be sort of juggle between the editorial side of things, but also our hearts to pursue what we want to pursue. How do you navigate around that?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think the first is inside the news organization first, right? You need to be honest and open with each other. I will tell you in Rappler, so I'm a news head who used to run the largest news head in the news organization in the Philippines, the one that lost its franchise to operate. And I had been around since the 80s because I opened CNN's Manila Bureau and its Jakarta Bureau, right? Sa tinggal di Jakarta sa 10 taon. I lived in Jakarta for 10 years. 10 years, through the best and worst of times, right? But here's the thing. I think that because I already was a news head, other news organizations would not listen to me as well because we were competing against each other, right? Of course, when we were all under attack, then it's also a blessing and a curse to push back, because when you call a lie, other news groups are going to have to decide, are they going to follow you or not, right? So you also, and that can be stressful. But what we found was that if we let our young reporters, the median age in Rappler, so we're 120 people, all of Rappler, and we have maybe 15 million uniques. So we're not as big as Kompas. Kompas, at its height in Indonesia, 60 million printed newspapers, right? This was the largest. So we're small, 15 million uniques. But what we found was when we talked, I would talk about it and try to always bring together news organizations, collaborate. In a battle for facts, we're all on the same side, right? And for the old-style journalists like me, we grappled with whether or not journalism is activism. In my old world, journalists were not activists. But when it is a battle for facts, journalism becomes activism, right? Because you have to have tremendous courage to hold the line. So, sorry, why am I going to the youth? Because what we found worked well was for us older leaders to step back and let our younger reporters, the median age in Rappler is 23 years old. I'm almost 62, so you can see the gap, right? So 23 years old, and what they did is we talked to other news heads and said, let's give them a night out And all of our reporters just went out with other reporters and they talked to each other. We paid for their beer. Not a big cost, right? And that is one of the ways that you rebuild resilience among the, because there's some things you will tell each other, plus then you don't necessarily, when my reporter got banned from the palace, this was in 2018, we continued reporting on the palace, on Duterte's administration, but we began working. Our news organizations began to work together, right? Collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. And the last part is that news journalists are not alone. I think that's part of what you would have seen from Carlos, right? That civil society, you're not going to function if you don't have facts, right? Civil society, academic institutions, government, that we can actually work together. That's what we need to do.
I think I've been waiting and looking for someone to pose this question to.
Please?
And this also comes from my own experience. I have a digital tech show, and we feel this frustration whenever we want to report on the main topics, mostly because they're all related to big tech companies. And then you have the feeling that it's a black box. And then when you approach them, they are not there. They tried to, but they couldn't. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next week. And then little by little, you come against a wall, and then it drives you crazy, right? And so, in the other hand, the audience, and of course, they demand. I work for a German broadcaster, but I was born in Colombia, and my main audience is in the Americas.
Right.
And so the person who recently, someone committed, a teenager committed suicide.
Yes.
And it was found out that it was because of bullying in social media. This is not something new. Of course, you know.
Sadly, it's not new. It's become normal,
yeah.
right?
And then the people ask, well, what do the social media platform says? Could you ask them? I mean, you're a journalist. You go ahead and do your work. And we try. I mean, it's not that we don't, but and I wish. How would you do that? How would you deal with that? If the main source of your information is just you cannot reach that. Maybe if you live in right where the decisions are being taken, but yeah.
No, thank you for the question. You call a spade, right? This is something we've learned again, whether it is Rodrigo Duterte, the president, or whether it's Mark Zuckerberg. They actually, if you look at it in How to Stand Up to a Dictator, they're the two who were my dictators. And who's the bigger dictator, Duterte or Mark Zuckerberg, right? Who has 3.2 billion who are underneath, we have this debate in the leadership panel of IGF, right? Does big tech control the internet? In my view, absolutely. Because those algorithmic decisions, we're not consulted, right? We bring up the problems. Here's the quick answer, the quick kind of glib TV answer, and this has been written by other journalists. The tech companies follow the 3 Ds, right? What are the Ds? Delay, deny, deflect. Okay. Delay, deny, deflect. You go to them with a question, delay, deny, deflect. Similar, right? So, but Rappler was a partner of every single one. In fact, for Facebook, and this is in How to Stand Up to a Dictator, for Facebook, we knew Facebook better than Facebook knew itself in the Philippines. It is different in every country because our cultures and languages. Filipinos are first adapters. We were an SMS capital of the world, and for 6 years in a row, we spent the most time online and on social media globally. So we were literally, according to Chris Wiley, the Cambridge Analytica whistleblower, he said we were a petri dish, right? They tested tactics of manipulation in the Philippines, and if it worked, they ported it over, guess where? To America. because our history, 300 years in a convent, 50 years in Hollywood. 300 years of Spanish colonial rule, we have that in common, and 50 years under, I mean, you know, American, we were an American protectorate, an American colony, if you push it that way. So tech, and frankly, it isn't just tech that abdicated responsibility, it's also governments. Journalists were left holding the bag. And it's part of the reason more journalists have been harassed, intimidated, jailed, killed. You see, like, from Freedom House to VDEM, which is out of Sweden, you see the attacks against journalists increase while the quality of democracy decreases. They're connected. So you gotta just keep doing the story and tell the people. So here's the other part that influencers have learned that we journalists, we reporters may not have, which is tell them everything, right? Tell them everything. I tried to get a response, I got shuttled here, and then they shuttled me here, and then they shuttled me here, and I still don't have a response. But maybe with your help, I can get a response, especially if you have a digital show. But of course, they won't spread that by design.
So you're saying we have to adapt, not only we have to adapt to the way influencers do the stories as well. So
you know, again, Rappler was born on digital. We were born on Facebook, and that's why I feel it's like a knife to the gut when Facebook did what it did, which is to make surveillance capitalism, to make its business model, to make profit more important than the public good. But of course, why would they not do that? That's a shareholder interest, right? If you think as a business person, that's their goal. So why would we expect them to behave differently? But what we did do in Rappler was when at the beginning, we started with 12 people. We've grown to 120. I don't want to grow to more than 150. That's Dunbar's number, right? The minute you're over 150, you're going to need to have mid-level management, meaning we have to control our costs. That's a reality. But when my reporters first started going, you couldn't go live on your phone when we started in 2012. What you could do is do it on your phone and then quickly upload it, right? Better than traditional. Then we created an IP satellite van in 2012. It's like a satellite van on an Isuzu chassis, but it's IP, meaning when we had Typhoon Yolanda, or this was a super typhoon, our satellite van was the only one that could transmit outside in ground zero of the typhoon because it was internet-based. Right? Even the government used our satellite van. But that only lasted for 2 years because what happened then? Facebook Live, YouTube Live, right? And what we didn't realize is that Facebook Live and YouTube Live, in terms of distribution, you don't control it. The tech company does. And so I'll give you an example in Latin America. Bolsonaro, right? Bolsonaro was a far-right fringe figure. And what happened was the recommendation algorithm of YouTube began to recommend and cluster him with every single conspiracy theorist on YouTube. And slowly, it grew his community to the point that he, with media covering, became president of Brazil. Brazil, like the Philippines, is like, you know, we say we moved from hell to purgatory together. We understand information integrity and algorithms. And Brazil is about to have elections again, right? So tech companies do need to be held accountable, which means governments need to also look at this as a safety measure, not a freedom of speech issue.
Do we still have time, or are we? What do you? For one more? No, okay. I was just thinking on because we haven't talked about this information, maybe, and then share some of your experiences from Rappler. And the question would be, would they be applicable, for example, to the Americas or other regions?
Sorry, what's the first part of the question?
About disinformation. So you develop your own set of, strategies from within Rappler, and maybe if that would be applicable to other contexts.
Yeah. What I would say is, this is a crazy way of looking at it, so you can see, right? Don't look at attacks as a setback. Don't try to go back to the past. Take every single thing that may seem negative now and become stronger, move forward, step by step. So, for example, to get 90 hate messages per hour seems horrible. And it was horrible. But you know what that meant? I didn't have to ask Facebook for data. It was coming at me. Right? So, what did we do? We were able to take that data and analyze it. And then we began to understand what was happening. When Duterte tried to shut us down, right? This was January of 2018. I held a general assembly with the team, and we asked every single member of Rappler, I understand, remember our median age was 23 years old. If you want to leave, we will help you find a job in another news organization. Because I was worried what their parents would do to me. No, but I also felt like if you're under attack, you're only as good as your weakest link. If people don't want to be there, you don't want to keep them. But if you give them the choice, I will tell you, not one reporter, not one journalist took that. And running Rappler during the time of Duterte we were mission-driven. But here's the other part. So crisis is opportunity. The government called up our advertisers January 2018 and told them, when they tried to shut us down, they said, get off, don't advertise in Rappler. We dropped 49% of our advertising revenue in 4 months. We should not have survived 2018, right? But then what happened? Because you embrace whatever that thing is, Carla, with her team of 4 people, sat inside this glass room we had and tried to figure out what could we do. And that's how Nerve was born, our data company. And what we used as journalists to map disinformation, she then took, and that during the time of COVID, right? During the time when advertisers really shifted away from journalism, that now is about 40% of our revenue stream, right? Crisis is opportunity. Embrace it, pull your people together, and let's work together. We will be able to survive this. Oh yeah, did I say it's Duterte's fault I got the Nobel Prize?
So he actually triggers you.
Well, trigger. No, he's the president of the Philippines. And you will see this, and you can look through every video. I give the office of the president the respect it deserves. When he yells and curses me, I give the office of the president the respect it deserves. That's because I'm an old-style journalist. And my Rapplers will tell you, we have very few guidelines on social media. I mean, some of the things that, maybe I shouldn't tell you all of this. You can talk to me later. But some of it is you have to let your reporters, your team figure it out, right? And then you talk about it. It's a new world. But I will say crisis is opportunity. We couldn't have gotten to her. And then the last part, the transparency. We survived Duterte because we moved from the virtual world to the real world. We began meeting our community. Our community was scared, right? They were scared, but the fact that we kept going, you have to keep doing the stories, and some of those stories are the reason why Duterte is now at The Hague, right? So we kept doing the stories, and our community, my gosh, they conquered their fear. I will say in 2019, I got 11 arrest warrants in 14 months in 2019, right? And then every time there's an arrest warrant, there's a spike in crowdfunding. And I used to tell our sales head, this is not a sustainable business model, right? Crisis is opportunity. Chinese saying.
Yeah. But it does mean that when it comes to what you do, it's almost an investigative journalism, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I want to circle back to our theme around the IGF, around artificial intelligence also, how much should AI and investigative journalism go hand in hand? Because I talked to some of my reporter friends back in Jakarta. They said that on-field coverage is still an important part of journalism.
Big time.
It catches the nuance of like what you want to write, the output that you put in it. But as you can see it here, if you put a prompt on ChatGPT, you write, can you write on this based on this? They already made a proper one.
Proper, but maybe not factual.
Okay.
Right? Probabilistic machine. It's 16% wrong, right? 16%. If you're using that for journalism, we're legally liable. So no, we don't. Also, please, if journalism dies, who do you think will replenish the information ecosystem? Where will facts come from? Who will hold power accountable? These are big questions, and the world is at a precipice, right? I love the tech. I'm really a geek. And we've done this. So some things that we know, right? You can anchor an LLM in facts. It depends on the training data and the grounding data. And if you go on Rappler, you're going to see that we actually created a data lake with an ontology. I think of ontology as like, a card catalog for a data lake for the internet. Ontology and a schema. So what happens when somebody in the Philippines Googles Ferdinand Marcos Jr., when they come up, the machine in Rappler will automatically pull together all of our stories on Ferdinand Marcos, right? That's connected to that. And why is that important? Because then you can connect that to your large language model. And then our bot, Rappler AI, is actually, because this is the way people are going to start consuming news, our bot will always give you the link back. So what's in that data lake? Publicly available government information, because our government hasn't done that yet, right? But everything anchored on facts. If you do it that way, it's more time consuming. You have to clean the data, and you have to actually have grounding data that's more expertise driven. If you do it that way, the error rate goes down to 2%. Meaning big tech companies can actually bring down the error rate, but frankly, they're too busy rolling things out and making us feel like Pavlov's dogs to keep training their machine. They should respect the public interest a little bit more. Hi, partners who are here, who are tech companies. They're all roughly the same, right? Like whether you're talking OpenAI, Gemini, Llama of Facebook is open source. And you can, but if you're building on it, the cheapest is OpenAI.
Ms. Maria Ressa, thank you so much.
Sorry, I can talk forever.
It's all right. In fact, we have time for one question from the audience. This gentleman here. If you're from a media outlet, please state your name and where you're from.
I'm not from media, but I'm connected with media. I'm spokesman of the Foreign Ministry of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and
awesome.
I'm dealing with the internet governance for the last 15 years. You briefly mentioned the leadership panel.
Yeah.
Being on IGF, I know that there was or there will be a meeting of leadership panel. If you could tell us what are the most recent news, conclusions, suggestions from leadership panel, and thank you very much for your leadership in the leadership panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So the leadership panel is a cross-section, right? We were appointed by Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez in 2022. And you'll see that it reflects the IGF. IGF is 20 years old. Right? Think about it. There's no global governance of the internet, but this was when they were talking about the infrastructure. That's changed significantly. Vint Cerf, who's chair of the leadership panel, was the father of, he built the TCP/IP protocol. Right? You can see when we built we're on the Matrix protocol, but the TCP/IP protocol is basically what the internet is still built on. I came in So they're representatives of telcos, of government, of civil society. Youth is represented. So it's actually pretty cool because rarely do I get to debate with a government official or with a youth. No, sorry, with somebody much, somebody who's a youth leader. But the last part is, I think what it did for me was to put Vint and me together. Google, I mean, he built the TCP/IP protocol, and you see how straightforward I am with what big tech needs to do. That's a good dynamic in the leadership panel. And frankly, you should demand better of all of us. The last thing I will say about IGF, 20 years old. Oh no, I'm gonna do a closing later, so I'll save it for that. But you can demand better, you can be better, we must be better.
Ms. Maria Ressa, thank you so much for sharing your insights. Mr. Gomez and Ms. Malik, thank you for sharing your expertise. And thank you to everybody who attended here in person and virtually for this session. This interview was streamed, and it can be viewed later on UNWeb TV. Thank you all for your support and investment in the Internet Governance Forum for 2025. This concludes our session.